things.
Thank you, Mr. Dunya. May I acknowledge Advocate Dunya?
My lady,
May I first acknowledge Advocate Dunya?
as the court pleases.
Advocate Choni, Advocate Olani Msimang, and Advocate Siabongo.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Dunya, you've indicated that there is an application. Is there anybody representing the media houses?
My lady, there is no representation on behalf of the media houses, mainly because the NPA indicated that there is no objection. In the light of us not objecting, in the normal course of business, then we move the application for them to be allowed to proceed with their work.
Yes, thank you. In this matter, the court does not have a substantive application on the basis that the NPA is not objecting to the ENCA and aligned partners to broadcast the proceedings. The court has also observed that this matter is of public interest and of national interest, and in the interest of justice, this court rules that the media houses, namely ENCA and its aligned partners, are permitted to broadcast the proceedings with the observance of the conditions that I believe have been discussed with the prosecution.
As the court pleases. My lady, having dispensed with that, I will then proceed to present an opening statement by the prosecution, that is the state. My lady, I would wish to hand up a copy for the record of the said statement. I'm doing this, my lady, at this stage so that the court is able to follow as I'm taking the court through.
Yes, the court orderly may take the statement. The statement will now be read into the record, and we will designate it as an exhibit as part of the record once the prosecution has indicated their desire to do so.
As the court pleases.
Yes, Mr. Dunya, proceed.
In the High Court of South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal Division, Pietermaritzburg, Inquest number 01/2024P, on the 14th of April 2025, before the Honorable Justice M. Radebe, in the matter of reopened inquest into the death of Albert John Mvombe Luthuli, as indicated before, my lady, during these proceedings, I'm sitting with my colleagues that I have mentioned. My lady, as we begin these proceedings, we are reminded of what Marcus Tilas Cicero said, I quote, "To be ignorant of what occurred before you were born is to remain always a child. For what is worth of human life unless it is woven into the life of our ancestors by the records of history. My lady, we can only opine on the relevance of his words as this court is enjoined to investigate into the death of Chief Albert John Luthuli, who will later on be referred to as Chief Luthuli. In our view, the above code from centuries ago remains relevant to this day. My lady, for the duration of these inquest proceedings, this honorable court, the peoples of South Africa and the world shall hear of the ideological premise from which the apartheid government operated, an ideological matrix of a South African fascist system which considered white people as homogeneous group, superior in faith, intellect, force, and in law, compared to the indigenous African people, who were considered inferior in every facet of life. Every apartheid law was made to preserve the white race, its perceived purity and its perceived superiority, to ensure its security. This narrative permeated into all government entities and or departments. The death of Chief Luthuli lays bare the evils of this fascist system. In this reopened inquest, we shall present to your ladyship how the apartheid government ensured that the treatment of a black man, regardless of stature, was beneath that of a human being, and that the reputation of law enforcement agencies had to be protected at all costs. Evidence shall be placed before your ladyship, which will expose collusion between the security police, district surgeons, pathologists, prosecutors, and magistrates, including the magistrate that presided over the initial inquest on the 21st of September 1967. Before this honorable court, the state shall expose the cruelty that was meted out to those who dare oppose the ideological framework that informed the governance of a race that was deprived of its basic human rights, and the skirmishes employed by the apparatus of the state to silence any opposing voice. My lady, the friends and family of Chief Luthuli, and indeed the international community, have for more than half a century been waiting to find out the truth behind his death. In the meantime, my lady, may this court kindly allow us to sketch a picture which will be ventilated by witnesses of a man whose death has brought us here today. The purpose of these proceedings is to have the 1967 inquest into the death of Chief Luthuli reopened as per the provisions of Section 17A of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959, in light of further evidence that has been uncovered. Section 17A, capital A, my lady, provides that the minister may, on the recommendations of the Attorney General concerned at any time after the determination of an inquest, and if he deems it necessary in the interest of justice, request a judge president of a provincial division of the Supreme Court to designate any judge of the Supreme Court of South Africa to reopen that inquest, whereupon the judge thus designated shall reopen such an inquest. My lady, a quick background into these proceedings becomes of necessity to refer to. The inquest proceedings that were held on 19 September 1967 at the Magistrates Court in Stanger in the district of Lower Tugela and presided over by Mr. C.I. Boswell, were after the then Attorney General had declined to prosecute any person for the death of Chief Luthuli and proceeded to direct that a formal inquest be held. According to the 1967 inquest record, the incident which led to the death of Chief Luthuli occurred on the 21st of July 1967 whilst on his way from his store to the sugarcane fields near Gladhow training station. It was alleged in the said record that he was struck by a train. At the end of the inquest proceedings, the magistrate concluded and found that the cause of death was, I quote, a fractured skull, cerebral hemorrhage, and contusion of the brain sustained by the deceased when he was struck by a goods train accidentally. The court further held that the evidence does not disclose any criminal culpability on the part of any of the employees of the South African Railway or anyone else, close quotes. The family of Luthuli did not accept this finding and have, for the past 58 years, continued to express their dissatisfaction in respect of the finding. It is submitted that the above decision by the court was not based on fact and evidence, but rather on the subversion of justice aimed at ensuring that the perpetrators remain hidden and protected. This is evident from a correspondence dated the 11th of September 1967, which was written about 8 days prior to the 19th September 1967, when the inquest was scheduled to commence. The said correspondence was written by Magistrate Mr. C.I. Boswell, who happened to be a presiding magistrate at the said inquest. Magistrate C.I. Boswell wrote and communicated his opinions to the Secretary of Justice pursuant to a secret circular number 2 of 4th August 1967, advising as follows. I have to report that Inquest proceedings in connection with the death of the above-named Albert John Luthuli will be held at Stanger by me on the 19th September 1967 at 10 o'clock. From the reports available at present, I do not expect the finding to be one other than accidental death. I gather, however, that the cause of death, as furnished by the district surgeon, might be questioned by their relatives, but I cannot anticipate on what grounds the dispute is based. Close quotes. This communique is from the person who would then preside over the inquest before hearing evidence. My lady, I have but to repeat that this communication predates the holding of the inquest, which was to be held on the 19th of September. And its contents indicate without a shadow of a doubt that the inquest magistrate had taken a decision before hearing evidence and or conducting investigations into the death of Chief Luthuli as required by the Inquest Act 58 of 1959. My lady, an inquest is an investigatory process held in terms of the Inquest Act. The Act is primarily directed at establishing the cause of death of an individual where such is suspected of having died of other than natural causes. Section 16, subsection 2 of the Inquest Act requires a magistrate conducting an inquest to investigate and record his or her finding as to the identity of the deceased, the date of death, the cause or likely cause of the person's death. The magistrate must further record whether the death was brought about by any act or omission that prima facie amounts to an offense on the part of any person. The presiding officer is not called on to make a determinative finding as to the culpability. In performing the above functions, the magistrate has a duty to ensure that the investigations into the death of an individual is conducted thoroughly as pronounced by the court in the matter of Timol versus the magistrate of Joburg, wherein it was held. An inquest must be so thorough that the public and the interested parties are satisfied that there has been a full and fair investigation into the circumstances of the death. The appeal court in the Marais matter echoed the sentiments of the Timol case, wherein the court held as follows. The underlying purpose of an inquest is to promote public confidence and satisfaction, to reassure the public that all deaths from unnatural causes will receive proper attention and investigation so that, when necessary, appropriate measures can be taken to prevent similar occurrences, and so that persons responsible for such deaths may, as far as possible, be brought to justice. When the news broke of the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, many people within South Africa and internationally were deeply suspicious of the circumstances pertaining to his death. These suspicions continue for many years after his death. Many believed that the South African government of the day and its allies were responsible for the death of Chief Luthuli. Amongst those who believed that the death of Chief Luthuli was not caused by a train accident was a political activist and the founder of the 1960 Progressive Party, Mr. Christopher Rollins. On the 2nd of July 2019, he submitted representations to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Shamila Batowi, calling for an investigation into the death of Chief Luthuli to be reopened. His request was also supported by the then Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Willis Mchunu. Mr. Rollins was of the opinion that the Inquest Court did not take into account certain scientific and mathematical evidence in reaching the above-mentioned conclusion. The National Prosecuting Authority, together with the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigations, launched a fresh investigation into the death of Chief Luthuli. Upon completion of investigations, the Director of Public Prosecutions in KwaZulu-Natal requested the National Director of Public Prosecution to request, as she did, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. Ronald Ozi Lamola, in terms of Section 17, capital letter A, in brackets 1, of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959, to have the inquest into the death of Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli reopened. On the 13th of May 2024, after considering the submissions presented to him by the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Minister Lamola ordered that an inquest into the death of Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli be reopened. On the same date, Minister Lamola, in terms of Section 17, capital letter A, in brackets 1 of the Inquest Act, approached the Honorable Judge President of the KwaZulu-Natal Division of High Court, Judge President T.P. Boyodwati, to designate a judge to preside over a reopened inquest into the death of Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli. My lady, at this juncture, I wish to take the court into the inquest proceedings of September 1967. My lady, this we are doing for a proper investigation into the death of Chief Luthuli. It is imperative for us to look at the evidence that was presented at the Inquest Court, a court to determine how the investigation was conducted. During the said proceedings, the following evidence and/or evidential material were placed before the Inquest Court: oral evidence and/or viva voce evidence. the evidence of Gregerson, Mary Gregerson, a medical practitioner and a senior superintendent at Stanger Hospital, who in her evidence in chief had to allude to what were their observations upon arrival of Chief Luthuli. In her evidence in chief, she merely confirmed an affidavit she deposed to on the 24th of July 1967 in respect of the death of Chief Luthuli, and that she at all material times was present when Mr. Joubert examined the patient. My lady, we are making this reference because the then Attorney General has made a decision that a formal inquest be held. During the inquest proceedings, instead of a witness testifying, reads out an affidavit. Whether such is in accordance with what the court has asked of a presiding officer, whether that is in accordance with what the Inquest Act enjoins a presiding officer to do, it is something which we will present evidence to, and later on make our submissions about its appropriateness when an investigation is being conducted. My lady, it was only during cross-examination that this witness was able to give her opinion on the cause of death. That is, that the cause of death was due to head and chest injuries. It was at this stage that the witness alluded to a fracture of the skull, which was visible, and that she believed that the patient was thrown a distance because his clothing was torn and dirty. After the evidence of this witness, the prosecutor handed an affidavit of M.J. Joubert, a neurosurgeon of Devon, which was marked as Exhibit B, as the record of the said inquest proceedings will show, my lord, my lady, as they are part of the record of these proceedings. And in particular, the court might have a look at page 453, volume A. The next witness, who was equally called upon to confirm that he conducted a post-mortem examination on the body of an adult Bantu male, Albert John Luthuli, on the 21st of July 1967, and completed a report on Form Health 1, which was read and handed as Exhibit C, was Jacobus Johannes van Zyl. During cross-examination, the witness was asked whether from injuries he could be able to tell whether the deceased was struck from left or right. His response was, I quote, there were multiple injuries, and it is impossible to say from which side, but I will say he was struck by some very heavy object to cause his injury. My lady, this is the least we know. From people who ought to have made the court wiser in terms of the injuries as per the narrative of an accident, whether the nature of injuries accords with the said narrative that the deceased was struck by a train. Now, I'm saying this as it appears on the statement, wherein we ask a question that lingers on one's mind, whether there was sufficient probing of the evidence of these witnesses about their observation of injuries, nature of the injuries, and the narrative that had been given. A look at the postmortem report, together with evidence of a pathologist that is still to give evidence before this court. The court will hear of the presence of injuries on the arms and hands of the deceased. However, during the initial inquest proceedings, no questions were led as to understand how the deceased could have sustained those injuries. How could a person who is struck by a train have injuries on the arms and hands? The court will hear the classification of the said injuries as defensive injuries. And then one would then wonder whether Chief Luthuli was defending himself against a train for him to sustain the injuries on the arms and the hands. Charles Baron Petrus Lewis, a detective sergeant in the South African Railway Police from Durban and investigating officer of the case, was called to read as well his affidavit he deposed to on the 3rd of August 1967, which was received and marked Exhibit D. The same happened of Daniel Lezing-Reiling, who confirmed an affidavit that he deposed to on the 2nd of August 1967, which was later on marked Exhibit K. Peter Francois van Wyk was also called during those proceedings, and he confirmed equally an affidavit that he deposed to and was marked Exhibit L. Nsakani Mataba, who was working on the bridge within the vicinity of the alleged scene of an accident, was called to testify, and he inter alia testified that he saw the train when coming from Stanger, entering the bridge, but did not keep watching the train. As the train entered the bridge, it made a noise, but it was not blowing rather. It was traveling very fast. From the record, no evidence was solicited about Chief Luthuli. A number of affidavits were then handed up by the prosecutor. Those, my lady, were marked Exhibit O, that being the affidavit of Peter Francis Papaya. Exhibit B being an affidavit of Andreas Petrus Berger. Exhibit Q, an affidavit of Itich Chili. Exhibit R, an affidavit of Nokanya Luthuli. Exhibit S, an affidavit of N.S. Mfeka. Exhibit T, an affidavit of Zepi Gumede. My lady, Stephanus Albertus Latehan, who was the train driver that allegedly hit and caused the death of Chief Luthuli, was called to read an affidavit that he had deposed to on the 24th of July, 1967, to the South African Railway Police in Durban in connection with the death of a Bantu, Albert John Luthuli, which was received and marked Exhibit U. During cross-examination, after the reading of the affidavit, he told court that he first observed the deceased while he was 160 feet away from him, walking towards the train. He conceded that he did not slow down and was knocked down on the side of the engine. From the evidence that is referred to supra, can it be said that the Inquest Court conducted an investigation into the death of Chief Luthuli in a manner that was so thorough that the public and interested parties were satisfied that there has been a full and fair investigation into the circumstances of the death? It is submitted a thorough investigation was not conducted at the court of law. Additional evidence will be tendered in these proceedings which may persuade the court to overturn the findings of the court of law. The prosecution will present the following evidence in persuading this honorable court to overturn the findings of the initial inquest court. We shall present the evidence of Frank Hamanyana, a member of the South African Police Service, who holds the rank of a captain, who will inter alia, who was inter alia able to trace the inquest record of 1967 and its annexure, as well as other evidential materials he secured. To follow on his footsteps would be Colonel Madimeta Johannes Montle, who took over the investigations from Captain Khamanyane. Colonel Montle secured the services of experts responsible for reconstruction and simulation of the scene. These experts are from Crime Scene Management Section of the South African Police Service. Colonel Montle also managed to track the whereabouts of a locomotive of a locomotive similar to that which was said to have caused the fatal accident of Chief Luthuli. My lady, for this, the court will refer to volume B and C, which talks to the reconstruction of the scene by Warrant Officer Brendan Craig Burgess of the National Crime Scene Management Unit. Similarly, the court will be referred to volume B and C, which relates to the simulation by Sonette Nell, who is a member of the South African Police Service attached to Local Criminal Record Center, Pretoria. My lady, A22, to which this court will be referred to, of volume B and C, relates to the locomotive similar to that which was said to have caused the fatal accident of Chief Luthuli and is in the custody of Leslie Charles Lapasrachne. Thomas Johannes Adolf Steyn, a member of the South African Police Service who holds the rank of a lieutenant colonel, who was part of the initial investigating team, continued with the investigations after Colonel Montle left their unit. During his evidence, he will inter alia hand in documents that has been recovered during investigations, such as the Department of Justice files containing volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4, uplifted from the National Archives. This court, my lady, shall hear of the family this court, my lady, shall hear evidence of the family members who will inter alia testify about his life, harassment, and persecutions they endured at the hands of the South African security agencies. These persons are, amongst others, his surviving daughter, Dr. Albertina Luthuli, his first grandson, Mr. Mthunzi Luthuli, his daughter-in-law, Miss Velamina Mary Luthuli, as well as Nozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso, who was close to the Luthuli family. The Honorable Jeffrey Thamsanqa Radebe, Dr. Jabulani Mzalia, and Mr. Brian Kaba will testify about Luthuli as a teacher, an anti-apartheid activist, the President General of the African National Congress, a traditional leader, and a Nobel Peace Prize recipient. The Honorable Jeffrey Thamsanqa Radebe will inter alia testify about how Luthuli, the President General of the ANC, was persecuted like many black South Africans who were opposed to the fascist system. his 1956 arrest along with 156 others for high treason, but was later released due to insufficient evidence to prosecute him. The numerous banning orders, which were designated to incapacitate the ANC and eliminate his influence within and outside the country. Honorable Khadebe will draw parallels between the death of Chief Luthuli and that of other African leaders. The state, my lady, will proceed to lead the evidence of Leslie Charles Labasrachne, a qualified steam locomotive driver and a custodian of a locomotive class 15CA, which is similar to the one alleged to have been involved in the accident which took the life of Chief Luthuli, who will inter alia testify about this class locomotive, its features, operational capabilities, as well as probabilities of inflicting the type of injuries referred to in Chief Luthuli's postmortem report. Charles van Tonder, a steam boiler maker employed at Roosevelt Rail, Capital Park, will inter alia testify about how this type of a locomotive operates, starting with rail worthiness of a locomotive before it embarks on a journey, its calibration and speed. He will also proffer his opinion on injuries which would likely be sustained by a person struck by the said train. Brendan Burgess, a warrant officer in the South African Police Service, stationed at the National Crime Scene Management Unit, where he is employed as a crime scene investigator and draftsman, whose core duties include videography, photography of crime scenes, forensic field work. He will testify about the reconstruction of the alleged accident scene, his findings, as well as the methodologies employed to arrive at the findings. In his evidence, he will further deal with probabilities relating to the evidence presented at the initial inquest proceedings by Mr. Latakhan, who was the train driver of the said Class 15CA locomotive that allegedly struck the deceased. This witness will further draw his findings and opinion based on mathematical and scientific calculations. This aspect will also enlighten this honorable court on why it is highly unlikely that Chief Luthuli was struck by a train and died as a result thereof. Sunet Nel, a member of the South African Police Service, holding the rank of a warrant officer and stationed at the Facial Identification Unit at the local Criminal Record Center, Pretoria, as a forensic artist and analyst, will testify about an artistic story of the scene images that were presented to her and further present her findings and or conclusions. Ms. Nell will present simulation with specific focus on inherent improbabilities contained in the evidence presented by witnesses at the initial inquest proceedings. During her evidence, she will testify about the probable causes pertaining to injuries sustained by the deceased. Hanif Majo, a retired outpatient clerk who at the relevant time was in the employ of the Department of Health in the said capacity and was stationed at Stenger Hospital, where the deceased died after he had been admitted. This witness will inter alia testify about how he happened to meet Chief Luthuli at Stenger Hospital on the 21st of July, 1967. Contrary to the evidence that was led during the initial inquest, this witness will tell court that the ambulance driver who drove to the scene to fetch the injured Chief Luthuli was not Peter Francis Papaya, who at the time was a transport superintendent for ambulances, but a certain Mr. Zwane. The state will further present the medical evidence of Dr. Sbusi Sontsele, a chief pathologist, KwaZulu-Natal. His medical expert opinion will not only show that the injuries sustained by the deceased could not have been caused by an impact of a moving train on a human body, but it will also shed light on the inadequate treatment that was offered to the deceased to perpetuate the ideology that proper and adequate health care could only be provided to persons of European descent. This was in line with the ideological matrix of a South African fascist system, which considered white people as a homogeneous group, superior in faith, intellect, force, and in law, compared to the indigenous African people who were considered inferior in every facet of life. Dr. Nzele, in his evidence, will also draw the court's attention to contradictions between oral evidence tendered during the initial inquest and the injuries recorded by the pathologist who conducted the medico-legal examination of the deceased. For example, the court heard that the body of Mr. Luthuli was flung following an impact with a train. However, from the post-mortem report, there were no findings on the skin of the torso or the lower limbs which could favor the notion. Dr. Nzale will further give an opinion on injuries as recorded on the medical legal post-examination report, like the presence of bruises on the dorsal aspect of both the left and right hands of the deceased, as well as a fracture of the legs of the left proximal ulnar bone, which, according to him, signal defense injuries. He will also express opinion on injuries sustained by the deceased and the likelihood that such injuries were caused by a train accident. It is submitted that the evidence which the prosecution will lead during these proceedings was never placed before the court of call. Further, that the evidence presented during the said inquest proceedings was not I beg your pardon, my lady, that the evidence presented during the said inquest proceeding was inadequate for the court to arrive at a just finding. It is unfortunate that none of the witnesses who testified at the initial inquest proceedings could be traced. However, the inquest record and annexures thereto in the form of affidavits have been obtained and form part of the docket as per Volume B. It is submitted that the evidence referred to supra it is submitted rather, my lady, that had the evidence referred to supra been presented to the court a call, the said inquest court would have arrived at a different conclusion relating to the death of Chief Luthuli. My lady, this is the state's summary of the evidence before this honorable court as it was presented then and will be presented during these proceedings, which we would argue at the end of these proceedings that there is merit not only in reopening the proceedings, but also of finding that there is reason to interfere with the finding of the initial inquest court.
Mr. Junior, what is the date, by the way, of the first inquest that was held
The first
in
inquest,
1967?
was on the 19th of September 1967. Chief Luthuli died on the 21st of July.
Yes, no, I just need the date in order to put in my ruling. I think, is that the... Do you have any further submissions?
No further submissions, my lady.
Thank you.
That would be all. My lady, at this stage, I would need a guidance from court, because now I am to hand over to one of my colleagues who will start to lead.
Yes, I need to make a ruling in terms of Section 17, capital letter A, which is as follows, that the inquest into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, held on the 19th of September 1967, is hereby reopened, and the state, the prosecution is allowed to lead further evidence. And
yes, my lady, the time now is about 12:30. I'll hand over to Advocate Siyabonga Humphrey Ngobo
yes,
to call our first state witness.
yes, I have made the ruling that the DPP may proceed. The state may proceed.
At the interest
I beg-
that it is reopened.
Yes, I've already made that ruling.
Thank you.
As to whether the previous inquest is set aside, I think that is the
Yes,
matter that will be dealt with later.
Determined as we go along.
So for the record, Advocate Siyabonga Ngobo is now going to lead the evidence of the first witness that is lined up for today.
As the court pleases. I see it is 12:30. I do not anticipate that I will belong with the first witness, so may I ask leave to call him to the stand?
Yes, call the first witness to the
I
stand.
call Khodi Samang Frank Khamanyane.
Spell it for the
If
record.
I think I've pronounced it correctly. It's Godisamang, Khodi Samang.
And the surname?
Khamanyane is Kgamanyane. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, my registrar will swear him in.
As the court pleases.
Sir, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lady.
Can you please state your full names?
Godisamang Frank Khamanyane.
Sir, do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do so, help me God.
I do so, please help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Ngobo.
As the court pleases, just as housekeeping, my lady, I understand the witness will testify in English. However, there may well be a need for an interpreter in the isiZulu language. I understand there should be one here in court.
Yes, do we have an interpreter?
According to the stenographer, she was here. Zoba Ubela, but she left. I don't know why.
Mr. Ngobo,
Yes, my lady.
I understand that we were allocated an interpreter,
Yes,
but Ms. Kupega, but apparently she left the court. Can we stand the matter down for her to be called back into court?
as the court pleases.
Yes, we'll take a short adjournment.
As the court pleases.
National Head Office Enforcement Reference Number 1505-2018.
Fakazi ke uyachaza ke lolu phiko ke asebenza ke ngaphansi ke kwa 100 phenya lamacala la ubhekwa noma ke udaba ke lolu oluphenya ke la amacala ke la ubhekwa iqiniso kanjalo ke nokubuyisana makwenziwa kweqiniso ke phecelezi ngokwalelo komite alichazile ke TRC uthi ke lapha ke kusuka ke ngoMeyi kanyaka ka 2019 wanikezelelwa ke lolu daba ekutheni ke aliphenye ukuphenya ke kumayelana nokushona ke kwenkosi uChief Albert inkosi uAlbert Luthuli owashona ngalesa sikhathi noma kunengozi yesitimela lapha ngomhla ka 21 kuJuly konyaka ka 1967 kwakunane nombolo ke lapha ke phecelezi noma singasho sithi reference number yalelo phiko noma ke yamela nalelo cala ke oku 15 of 05 of 2018.
My lady, also to add up on this paragraph, this investigation started after the request of the Premier at that time, which was received by the National Prosecuting Authority. Then it was sent to our office for investigation. That's when now we started registered inquiry for investigation on this.
Uthi ke la ukungezelela la kulesi sigaba ke uthi sokhumbula ukuthi ukuqala kwakhe noma ukuqala kwaluphenyo kwakusemveni kokuba ke kuye kwakhishwa ke imyalela uNdunankulu wangaleso sikhathi nokuyilapho ke waba ke udaba ke silba lapha ke ezandleni zabe ofisini ukuthi ke liqale baliphenye.
Is that reference to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal?
That's correct, my lady.
Oh.
Lapho ke sikhuluma ke la ngo uNdunankulu kwaZulu-Natal ngaleso sikhathi.
Proceed.
As part of my investigation, I attempted to trace the original criminal case docket and original inquest record pertaining to Chief Albert Luthuli, Stenger inquest number 76 of 1967, as part of my preliminary investigation.
Njengengxenye ke yophenyo lami ke engalenza ukuqala ke nje ngaqala ke ukulandelela ukuthi ke ngithole ke lapha ke okuyilona cala elavulwayo ke lapha ke noma ke idocket lapha ke lokuqala noma kuyilona lona ke la nanokuthi futhi ngibheke futhi ke lapha ke imininingwane noma ama record la suke eveza imininingwane isuke ishicilelwe ke kulamacala amacala engozi amacala sampo umuntu oyibulele phecelezi noma sithi ke lapha la kubhale khona imininingwane ngokwesigameko esimayilana ke kodwa nalolu daba lenkosi ke uAlbert Luthuli kwaba ke inombolo yakhona ke u76 of 1976 of 1967 njengokuqala kwami ke ukwenza uphenyo.
I attended at Stenger police station, known as Kwadukuza, where Chief Albert Luthuli died. Then I was unable to trace the police docket.
Ngaqala ke ngabe sengiye lapha ke esikhungweni samaphoyisa alapha ke eStenger esaziwa ngokuthi lapha kwaDukuza lapho ke inkosi uAlbert Luthuli ke ashonela ke khona noma akhothama khona kodwa angikwazanga ukuthi ke ngithole le docket.
As a result of the original inquest being held at Stenger Magistrate Court, I attended at the court to try and ascertain whether the original inquest record with the inquest number 76 of 1967 was available. Then no record was traceable. I did not attach correspondence from the inquest clerk because of our appointment with the family members offering to help with the inquest document. An appointment was secured with the family members of Chief Albert Luthuli to request the museum for downloading of inquest materials pertaining to this matter.
Njengembangela ke la ukuthi ke la okuyiyona into noma ke le mininingwane yeshicilele phansi ngoko phenyo ke la olwaluzo kwenziwa ukubheka ke la udaba ke lo kwakade ke kulapha ke enkantolo kamanje lapha ke eStenger noma lapha kaDukuza ngaya lapha ke enkantolo kuyozama ukuthi ke ngibheke ukuthi mhlawumbe ngithole le mininingwane eyayike ibhalwe phansi bana lo daba ke ngale nombolo yo76 yango 1967 kodwa ke la lapho ukuthi okwakukhona kumayelana noludama kodwa akuzange bekhona into eyayiphatha noma lo magodinga akukho engakuthola nokwa ukuthungatheka umkhondo wakhona ke ngaleyo ndlela ke futhi ke la kuzange bekhona engase engizokushicilela noma engangizohambisa noma kufake ezintweni zami lapha ke okwemininingwane yomabhalane laba ababheka lo hlobo lamacala nanokuthi futhi ngenxa ke yokuthi umndeni okuyiwona ke owawu umkhombandlela noma kuwona osikashile ekutheni ke wanikezelela ngokuthi uzokwazi ukuthi usisize la ukuthola leyo mininingwane noma lo maphepha sasiwafunayo kodwa ke futhi ke la okwabeke ukwazi ukuthi umndeni ke lo uthole leyo mininingwane ke yakwazi ukuthi usitshele ukuthi cha bacela ukuthi singaya ke lapha ke endaweni ke sigcina ngamagugu phecelezi museum lapho sasokwazi ukuthi kube khona okuthize sasokuthola okwakungasetshenziswa ekutheni kwenziwe ke lelo phenyo olumayelana nelicala.
Mr. Ngobo, I think we can stop there for
yes.
the lunch break. We'll
Yes.
resume at 2:15.
Yes.
Mr. Khamanyana, you'll remain under oath. We'll take a long adjournment, lunch adjournment. Court will resume again after lunch. We normally resume at 2:15 unless the evidence leader, the prosecutor, wants an earlier resumption.
I wouldn't interfere with the normal time. I think that would be
2:15.
appropriate.
Yes, thank you. Court will adjourn now and we will resume at 2:15.
So thathi ke futhi sibuya lapha 2:15.
Resumption, inquest case number 01 of 2024. Sir, you are still under your former oath.
Thanks, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Ngolo.
Thank you, my lady. When we took a short break, you had just finished with paragraph 5 of your statement. Please continue to paragraph 6.
Thanks, my lady. The policy of the Department of Justice, dated the 13th of June, 1986, provides for the destruction of an inquest records after a period of 10 years. I attach a copy of the disposal authority from Department of Justice inside my investigation inquiry.
Ufakazi wethu uphinde wakhunjuzwa ke la ukuthi usengaphansi ke kwesifungo uyaqhubeka ke lapha ke kwisigaba sesithupha la encwadini yakhe efungelwe lapha eqhubeka khona ngale ndlela ke uthi ke kunalomthetho ke ongaphansi komnyango wezobulungiswa ke owawugunyazwe lapha ngomhla ka-13 kuJune 1986 lapho kuvezwa khona malachazwa khona ukuthi imininingwane eqoshwe phansi emayelana nodaba noma namacala la suke kuphenywa kufanele kuphenywe ukuthi ngabe umuntu uzishonele noma ushone endlelani ubulawa ubandlelo phenyo njalo yonke lo mniningwane uma kade seyikhona ke ibekiwe kodwa emveni kweminyaka elishumi ibe ilahlwa ke noma ke isuswa ke la uthi ke la emqulwini wakhe walolu phenyo ke ekade ke elenza ke ubese faka incwadi ephuma lapha ke kule inkantolo noma ke eminyango lezobulungiswa okuyiyona ke echaza ngalomthetho ukuthi ke izinto esuke zibhalwe zishicilelwe phansi ezimayelana noma ezihlobene lecala emveni kweminyaka elishumi ke ziyalahlwa.
And was that to explain your not finding the originals from court instead?
That's correct, my lady.
Uyaqinisekisa ufakazi ukuthi lokho phela kumayelana nokuchaza noma kuveza ngokusobala ukuthi njengoba phela esefaka le ncwadi ebhaliwe ke mayelana ukuthi ke akukho lutho ayengakuthola ngoba sekulahliwe ingenxa ukuthi phela akakwazanga ukuphumelela lapha enkantolo ukuthi athole le mniningwane ayekade ifuna imayelana lodaba.
Yes, proceed to paragraph 7.
A copy of the inquest, Stenger inquest number 76/1967 was then traced and downloaded from the Chief Albert Luthuli Museum at Groundville, including hard copies of Let My People Go, the autobiography of Chief Albert Luthuli, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. Those are the books, my lady. The downloaded inquest document consists of the exhibits, annexures, as well as the detailed judgment and summary of the inquest records. So regarding this, the downloaded the museum, I was assisted by Mr. Brian Club.
Ufakazi wethi meyiqhubeka ke chaza uthi ke kukhona imininingwane noma amakhophi ayimalana lodaba akakwazi ukuthola ke lapha ke kulolu daba ke elunombolo u76 of 1967 akwazi ukuthi athole wabe seliyaqoshwa ke phecelezi noma ngathi la downloadwa kodwa ke konke ke lokhu ukuthola ke azokushicilela ngoba ekuthola endaweni okugcinwa kuyona ke amagugu la yenkosi uAlbert Luthuli eGroundville lapho ke kwaba khona ke nama copy noma ke la sikhuluma ke ngezinto eziphatheka mhlambe nje ama copy okwazi ukuthi usebenzisele wona lapho kwaqukethwe ke incwadi ke lezi esikhuluma ke ngazo incwadi ke eyayi Let My People Go incwadi ke noma ngasho ngithi ke incwadi lethi yana abantu bamahambe incwadi emayelana nempilo noma impilo yenkosi ke la uAlbert Luthuli ke yonke ke imininingwane no Nobel Peace Prize winner zonke ke lezi incwadi ke la zazihambisana nezinye zezinto ezaziyisifakazi ezibhalwe phansi ezinamagama bakhona kanjalo ngisho nanesinqumo esasikhishiwe ke kulolu daba ke kanjalo ke nayo yonke ke imininingwane eyayimayelana lodaba kukhona ke konke kuloku abakwazi ukuthi bakuqoqe.
Okay, and the assistance by Mr. Brian Kaba, is he a person who works for the Luthuli Museum?
That's correct, my lady.
Othi ke la konke ke lokho akwazi uthalekelelwe umnomzana uBrian Xaba osebenza ke la kule ndawo egcina kuyona ke amagugu inkosi ke uAlbert Luthuli.
And I take it from how you started that sentence that these were copies and not originals
That's correct, my
of
lady.
the inquest. Yeah.
Hayi ngoba kwakuse izona zincwadi okuyizona zazibhalwe qobo kodwa kwase kuyincwadi ke ezikhopiwe ezikopelwe kule wona amakhophi lawa wathola.
Okay.
My lady, the book of Let My People Go, it was a hard copy.
A hard copy.
Yes.
La le ncwadi ke ebhalwe uLet My People Go kwaku a hard copy.
Okay. So you made copies of the books.
That's correct, my lady.
Naye kwabe se ekhopha ke yona le ncwadi enza amakhophi.
Proceed to paragraph 8 of your statement.
Mr. Ngobo, before the witness proceeds,
Yes.
what is the status of these exhibits that he mentions in paragraph 8? I don't want to preempt what you're going to say,
Yes.
but a quick glance of paragraph 8
Yes.
reveals that he's attaching certain exhibits.
He is
So what is the
referring to
status
the
of
list
that?
of those exhibits? Yes, the exhibits will be handed to the court directly by Mr. Brian Xaba of the Luthuli Museum. He merely mentions what the list was that he obtains, and Mr. Xaba is one of the witnesses.
Is one of the witnesses.
Yes, he is one of the
So what is the status at this moment? It's a mere mention.
It's a mere mention at this stage.
Yes.
Yes, it's a mere mention at this stage. I wouldn't ask him to provisionally have them handed. It's a mere mention.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, proceed then.
Yes. Let's proceed to your paragraph number 8, where you list what was contained in the inquest record.
I attached a consolidated list of the inquest record of Chief Albert Luthuli, which sets out each of the items contained as the following. Exhibit A, statement of Gwendolyn Mary Gregerson, Senior Medical Superintendent at Stenger Hospital. Exhibit B, affidavit of Mauritius J. Joubert, neurosurgeon. And then Exhibit C, the postmortem report by Jacobus Johannes van Zyl. Exhibit D, affidavit by Charles Barrent Petras Louis, SNIO investigating officer. Exhibit E, it's a rough sketch of accident scene. There was no diagram attached. Then Exhibit F, it's a key plan. Exhibit G, 4 photos of Umvoti River Railway Bridge. Also, there was no photos attached. Exhibit H, key to photographs. Exhibit J was a newspaper, a clipping of train on a bridge. There was no clipping attached also. Exhibit K, affidavit of Daniel Lacing Grayling as a fireman.
Okay. Before you proceed to paragraph 9, just the mention of this list. You mention Exhibit E, a rough sketch of accident scene, and you indicate no diagram was attached. You note that?
Yes, I have noted that, my lady.
Yes, and just below that you then refer to a key to plan. What would that be, a key to plan? If you can explain.
My lady, a key to plan, it explains each and every exhibit that is attached on the regarding the accident scene.
The
Key to
sketch
plan,
plan.
it's a sketch plan that will explain to you what happened at the accident scene.
Oh, okay. Is that reference to the points that are marked on the sketch plan?
That's correct, my
key.
lead. That's
Oh,
correct.
okay. All right.
Fakazi ke uqhubekile wasichazela ke la ukuthi ke kunezinto ke aya awasifaka ke la ezimayelana na yonke ke imininingwane kulolu daba lenkosi uAlbert Luthuli la ezizothathwa noma ezofakwa njengengxenye yobufakazi la mayichaza ke la ukhuluma ngestatement ke la sagwe Ndolini Mary Gregson owayekade ke noma ochazwe njengo senior medical supreme olapha eStenga lo omunye noma owanikezela statement bese kuba kubhi lapha ke incwadi efungele kaMauritius J Jobert neurosurgery dokotela ke laba bheka ke noma ngabe yini ukuphazamisana lapha emqondweni bese kuba isifaka sosi kube umbiko ke la ohlanganiswa noma ukubheka kwesidumbu somuntu lo mbiko wenziwa uJacobus Johannes van Zyl uD bese kuba iaffidavit noma inkulumo ke efungelwe ebhalwe phansi ke nguCharles Barend Petrus Louis ochazwe noma njengomphenyi uE bese kuba isketch ke lapha noma umdwebo okunika isithombe sendawo esigameko kodwa ke akukho ke noma ke la idiagram yafakwa la bese kuthi uF bese kuba incazelo ke la ukuthatha ibheke la ukwenzakalani kuphi kube futhi la masiqhubeka kuG kube izithombe ezine zalapha ke emfuleni umvoti kumgwaqo ke lapha ke kwaloliwe bridgeini azikho kodwa izithombe efakwe kuloko uH bese kuba incazelo yezithombe uJ bese kuba ke iphephandaba ke la mayelana noma iphephandaba liveza ngase stimela lapha ke ebridgeini kodwa ayikho iclip efakiwe siqhubese ku K bese kuba incwadi efungelwe eyenziwa ke lapha uDaniel Lisengreiling la phecela noma ke lapha ecela bese kuba fireman.
Okay. Just for clarity, still on this paragraph, in particular, Exhibit E. Was Exhibit E noted as a rough sketch of the accident scene, but there was no such rough sketch that you noted?
That's correct, my lead.
Okay.
Njalo impela ukuthi yize lesifaka soke isichazwe njenge sifaka sisaziveza umdwebo noma ke esakhe isithombe sendawo la kwenza khona isigameko noma ingozi le kodwa kuloko akuthola wena kwakungekho lutho kwakuveza noma okuhlaziya ngayo noma ngayo ingozi le.
Okay. But there was, as in F, the key to that plan which was supposed to be there.
That's correct, my lead.
Kodwa ke lapha ke ku F ngempela kukhona incazelo ekhuluma ngayo lo yamdwebo wendawo yesigameko.
And in just to be clear again with Exhibit G, do I understand that Exhibit G was reflected as an Exhibit G, which is photos of the Umvoti River Railway Bridge, but those photos were not there. In other words, you didn't receive them, but there was an indication that they were received as an Exhibit G.
That's correct, my lead.
Kunjalo futhi ukuthi nalapha ke kwisifaka soke uG kukhona ke noma lokho kuvezwe nje ukuthi kuyithombe zalapha ke ku emfuleni umvoti noma ke ku ibridge lapha la loliwe la lasemvoti kodwa kona zazi ngekho izithombe zazikhombisa kulongale ukuthi kwakuvezwe nje noma kunalo umbhalo.
Okay, just below that you have H, Exhibit H, which is key to photographs. That you did have the key to certain photographs, just that the photographs were not there.
That's correct, my lead.
Kunjalo futhi ukuthi lapha kwisifakazi soke lapha ke uH izithombe zazingekho kodwa yayikhona incazelo noma echaza ngazo ke izithombe lezi.
Okay, and finally, it's the newspaper clipping of a train on a bridge, Exhibit J. It was indicated as that exhibit, but the clipping itself was not part of what you received.
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi nalapho sifasa uJ uthi yebo kuchazwe noma kuvezwe njenge noma kumbonisona olapha ke kuyiphephandaba liveza khona isitimela silapha eBridging kodwa kona ke qobo ke la solo mboniso azange awubone noma awubanga khona.
Okay. Proceed to paragraph number 9.
Exhibit L, affidavit of Pieter Francois van Wyk as a conductor. Exhibit M, affidavit of Andreas Ludovicus Hilhelmas Pretorius as a station master. Exhibit N, affidavit of Nsakani Mataba, employed at New Rail Bridge. Exhibit O, affidavit of Peter Francis Papaya as an ambulance driver. Exhibit P, affidavit of Andreas Pretorius Berger, railway police who attended the scene. Exhibit Q, affidavit of Eric Tembinkosi Chill, received a report of the accident. Exhibit R, affidavit of Nukanya Luthuli, it's a wife of the deceased. Then Exhibit S, affidavit of N.S. Mfeka, who worked at the Luthuli General Dealer. Exhibit T, affidavit of Z.P. Gumete, worked in Canefield when the incident happened. Then lastly, Exhibit U, affidavit of Stephanas Albertas Lategan. He was the train driver.
Mayiqhubeka sichazela ke la ngezi ncwadi ke ezifungele sibhale phansi ke la sikhuluma ke la ngencwadi ka Pieter Francis van Wyk owayechazwe njengomsizi bese kuba incwadi ke ka Andries Ludwig Hilhelmas Pretorius onguyena mphathi we-station. Kuphinde kube uTsakani Mataba owayeqashwe lapha ke eBridging ke la loliwelisha. Kube uPeter Francis Papai owayengumshayeli we-ambulance noma imoto ethutha iguli. Kube ke la incwadi efungele ka Andries Petrus Becker railway owaye iphoyisa ela hambela indawo yesehlakalo noma isigameko. Kube uEric Temkosi Chili noma Chili owamukela umbiko lo wesigameko noma wengozi. Kube incwadi kaNokukhanya Luthuli unkosikazi kaMofi. Kube futhi uNS Mfeka owayesebenza lapha esitolo sakaLuthuli. Kube uZiphi Gumede owayesebenza lapha eMobeni ngalesikhathi kwenzeka isigameko. Kube futhi ke la inkulumo efungele ka Stephanus Albertus Lategan owayengumshayeli wesitimela.
And with regard to those, I see in this paragraph, in paragraph 9, you all of these you have not indicated there was anything missing. Do I accept that these statements were all there?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi bonke laba esibadalule noma de bafunda manje lesigaba ke sishaka lolunye ngokwenkulumo zabo ezifungele ezibhalwe phansi zikhona ke futhi azikho ke mhlawumbe ezingatholakala noma ezanyamalala.
Okay. And before we go on to paragraph 10, just for something that I have left behind in paragraph 8, for those exhibits where there was nothing but merely an indication that there was this exhibit handed, could you establish from the museum or Mr. Brian Kaba as to whether they had those exhibits?
My lady, I didn't establish whether they got those. I only accepted what was downloaded
What
and then
was
given to
handed.
me, yes.
mayelana na la abechaza ke esikhulume ngakho ukuthi ezinye zezinto zingasekho kodwa zibhalwe phansi ukuthi ngabe wabuza ukuthi mhlambe ziphi lezo zinto noma leyo mniningwane uthi cha noma ngazange saphenye ngamukela lokho ngangunikiwe ke la njoba downloadela wanikezelelo ukuthi kodwa ke kubhaliwe nje hayi ngoba kukhona noma ke ekubona ezinye izazo lezinto.
Okay. And maybe lastly on that, am I correct in understanding that these were all copies and none of these were originals?
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi la ukuthi hayi ngoba mhlambe konke zonke lama affidavit ekhuluma ngawo hayi akakona ukuthi wathola ke ama original noma kuyiwona wona ayibhaliwe kodwa kwaba nje ngama copy.
Okay. My lady, before I continue, as I've indicated, Mr. Brian Kaba will testify about
Yes.
this. It will be forming part of a volume B, which consists of the entire first inquest and what was found of it.
Thank you.
It will be dealt with under that. So let's continue to paragraph 10 of your statement, sir.
I also attempted to trace my any photographs relating to the late Chief Albert Luthuli, as none were reflected, has been part of the inquest record. I was looking specifically for the crime scene or post-mortem photographs without any success. It means there were no photographs of the post-mortem was attached to this.
Ngakuba nokuzama ke la imizamo yami ukuthola ukuthi ngabe zazikhona na izithombe ke lazayo inkosi engasekho uAlbert Luthuli njengoba phela zazingekho ngisho nala udabeni noma kophenyweni kwakungekho nasinye ke la kakhulukazi ke lapha ngangibheka nanokuthi mhlambe ngithole izithombe zalapha endaweni yesihlakalo noma isigameko nalapha ke encwadini lehlanso dokotela oveza ngokushona kwalokho kodwa ngelisha ngikwazanga kuphumele noma ngikwazanga ukuyithola.
And would you care to recall possibly what those efforts were in your tracing was, besides going to Stenger Magistrates Court and the museum? Did you approach any other places, if you can recall? I know it's a long time ago.
Yes, my leader, I did approach the National Archives. So there were no records that they could trace from their side.
Bathi mayibuza ukuthi ke ngale kwalemzamo asitshele ngayo kuya lapha enkantolo yakwaDukuza nalapha ke endaweni okugcina kuyona into ezingamagugu ngabe kukhona yena ominye imizamo aphinde ayenza ukuze akwazi ukuthi athole lezintathu wayezama angazitholanga cha ngaye ngazama lapha kosomqulu noma ke la gcinwa khona izinto zika zwelonke noma ke la ukuze ngikwazi ukuthola mhlambe ke kukhona la zazibhinqe noma la zaziqukethe khona kodwa angiphumelelanga kulo mzamo yami.
Okay. And when you refer lastly to the National Archives, you're referring to in Pretoria?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
Waya lapha ke ePitoli lapha yobheka khona la gcinwa khona ke imiqulu noma ke ezinye zezinto esuke zigciniwe.
Proceed to paragraph 11 of your statement.
Before I proceed to this paragraph, my lady, I would like to mention the Exhibit C, the post-mortem report. I did make copies of that post-mortem report and give it to the pathologist, Dr. Nzele, for the second opinion.
La ngaphambi ukuthi ngidlulele phambili sizokhumbula ukuthi ngeke ngakhuluma ke la ngesifaka sokusi umbiko ohlanganiswe ke la uYakobus uthi ke ngathola icopy yakhona ngayindlulisela kudokotela uNtsele ngenhloso ukuthi naye ke ake awuhlaziye ngakho ukuze sithole ke umbono wesibili ke kuwona.
Exhibit C in your paragraph 8.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. And when you talk about Dr. Nzele, who is that?
It's a pathologist from Inquest Albert Luthuli Hospital. That's when I met him.
Udokotela ke la osebenza ke lapha ke Inkosi Albert Luthuli sibedlela.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Ntsele lo.
The chief pathologist.
Yes.
All right.
Udokotela ke la osezingeni eliphezulu la kulomkhakha ubheka la kubhekwa imbangela zokushona ke la kwabantu.
And during your investigation, did you receive any feedback with regard to what you had requested of Dr. Ntsele, or you left the investigation before it could get to that stage?
I left the investigation before I could get the report from Dr. Ntsele, my lady.
Okay.
Othi ke njoba ke ayisenikezelele la lemniningwane enikezelela udokotela uNtsele ngaphambi kokuthi ke la ubuye imphumela noma umbiko kaDokotela uNtsele ukuthi yena bese vele sihambile ke la kuze ngaphambi kokuthola lo mphumela leyo noma umbiko lo kaDokotela.
Proceed to paragraph 11.
As part of my investigation, I also downloaded and attached the following acts or regulation or guidelines. The aim, my lady, was to familiarize myself with this investigation of the TRC, because since some of these matters, when you do the investigation on it, it's been long. This one, it was 1967. So the purpose of downloading these acts and regulations, it was just to familiarize myself with the investigation. Then I downloaded the Inquest Act 58 of 1959, the Suppression of Communism Act 44 of 1950, the General Law Amendment Act 37 of 1963, the Terrorism Act number 83 of 1967, and then the General Law Amendment Act 76 of 1962, the Internal Security Act number 79 of 1976, Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation Act 34 of 1995.
Othi ke uma iqhubeka ke la njengengcenye yomsebenzi wakho ukuthi njoba ephenya lolu daba nanokuthi futhi ke uma ibheka udaba laseludala nemithetho esetshenziswa wabe sebuyela lapha ke emuva ethi cha akaka ayothatha imithetho ke lapha ke eyayisetshenziswa noma ke imithetho le esithe ukuhlehla noma ke esimdadlana ukuze akwazi ukuthi asondeze nokuthi akwazi ukuhlanganisa ke kahle uma enza ke uphenyo lakhe ngenxa yobudala la uthi wahamba obheka umthetho kunalomthetho we-Inquest Act of 58 of 1959. Umthetho ke la kusuke kukhulunywa noma kubhekwa icala okufike kubheka ukuthi imbangela yokushona komuntu ngabe kunesandla sokuthi lo muntu akayishonelanga noma akabulanga ilelo phenyo kolunjalo uthi futhi waphinda bheka futhi nomnye umthetho la umthetho wawuliswana namakomanisi angisho kanjalo kuphinde futhi kube nomthetho wokuchibiyela kuphinde futhi kube umthetho ke la owulwisa ke amavukela mbuso oqhubeke futhi abheke ke futhi ngokuhlukana ke kwayo kuphinde futhi ke kube omunye ke umthetho we General Law Amendment Act 76 of 1962 nalapho futhi kuse umthetho ke la uchibiyela kuphinde futhi kube umthetho ke lapha okhuluma ke ngokuvikelo ngaphakathi ke la ezweni Internal Security Act wango 79 of 1976 aphinde futhi abheke ke lapha ke kulomthetho gqugquzela ke la ubumbano kuzwe ke lonke nokubuyisana ke lapha Act 34 wango 1995.
Okay. So do I understand this paragraph that, as you explain, that you did this to equip yourself or the circumstances under which this incident may have occurred, the legal framework?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
Kunjalo impela ke la ukuthi ngize ngiyocapha noma ngithathe le lo somqulu ke abemthetho ngenxa ukuthi ngangifuna ukuthi ngizijwayeze noma ngibe nalo ulwazi olugcwele ke la ngokomthetho kakhulukazi ke kulolu daba ke lolu ke engase ngiliphenye.
Okay. Proceed to paragraph 12.
Further, as part of my investigation, I visited the Luthuli Museum with SABC LCRC, which is our local criminal record center from Devon Central, and a photo album was prepared in respect of tracing the last route that the late Chief Albert Luthuli took in the morning to the shop before the train accident in question. The official police photographer from the local record center, Devon Central, prepared the album, then filed inside the investigation inquiry.
Nanokuthi futhi ngaqhubeka ke njengengcenye yophendula lami ngalenza ke la kulolu daba ke ngahambela lapha endaweni egcina kuyona ke amagugu esithi iLuthuli Museum, ngihamba ke amaphoyisa ophiko lochwepheshe bokuthwetshula kwezithombe uthatha insala zemino ukuhambela indawo zezihlakano abaphuma lapho ophikweni olapha eThekwini noma enkabeni eTheku. La kwaba khona ke izithombe zathwetshula ke la mayelana ke nokulandelela umkhondo ke la kwabonakala khona noma indlela agcina ukuyithatha yona ke inkosi uAlbert ngale ekseni kwangalanga nje bayeya esitolo ngaphambi kokuthi kwenzeke lesigameko noma ingozi le yestimela ngalelanga lesigameko. Ngempela ke iphoyisa leli elalithwebula ke izithombe liphuma ophikweni lochwepheshe kokuthwetshula kwezithombe thatha kwezinsalela zemino phecelezi sibabiza LCRC walapha ke eThekwini wawenza umsebenzi wakho ukuthi ahlanganise zonke izithombe ezathwetshula ngalelanga wabe siyazifaka ezenza ke umqulu zaba kwi-album.
Okay.
Nazo ngathatha ke ngayifaka ke la mquluni wami walolu page.
And besides the member from the local criminal record center from Durban who assisted you, who else assisted you in this exercise?
There was no one else, my lady.
Cha bekho ke abanye abalekelela ke la ngale kwala maphoyisa engidalwe ngalapha ke eThekwini.
Was there nobody from the museum?
The museum was involved. The reason to involve the museum,
Yes.
we wanted to understand the route that the Chief Albert Luthuli took in the morning.
Yes.
Even this album that was compiled, it was from the house to the shop, then from the shop to the sugarcane farm.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But ke cha laba noma la endaweni yokugcina kona amagugu phecelezi museum babe nasisandla noma belekelela ke la izathu ukuthi sibalekele sasifuna ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola yonke iminyakazo kusuka lapha ke endlini kuya esitolo kusuka ke esitolo kuya ke lapha ke eMobeni.
Okay.
Ukulandelela yonke lo mkhondo ke ukubikwa noma ke ayithatha ngalelanga.
And just to understand for accuracy, this album of the route, was this the actual route taken or it was based on a routine as explained? This was his routine of going this way?
Yes, my lady, it was his routine.
It was
From
based
in the
on
morning,
routine?
Yes, it was his routine. From in the morning, from the house, goes to the shop, open the shop, then he goes to the sugarcane field. From the sugarcane field, again, go back to the shop. After closing the shop, then he goes back to the house.
Oh,
That was his daily routine.
Thank you.
Meqhubeka chaza ke la ngale inyakazo babeyilandelela ukuthwetshula izithombe umayibuza ufakazi ukuthi ngabe kuloko abechaza iyona into okuyiyona yona okubiza ukuthi noma yenzakala ngalilanga okanye mhlambe lokho ukususela izinto ezazenziwa ke inkosi nje ngemihla yakhe uthi cha sikuthathela ke impilo yakhe inkosi ke la ukuthi kwakuyona into ayenza ekseni mayisuka lapha ekhaya uya estolo uzofika avule estolo mayisuka estolo uya eMobeni mayisesuka ke lapha eMobeni uya estolo uyovala mayisuka estolo bese ke siye ekhaya imihla yakhe noma ke impilo ayiphila ke into ayijwayele ukuthi ayenze.
Okay, please continue to paragraph number 13.
As part of my investigation, I also read the following published books or articles and reports. Also, it was to equip myself for investigation of this matters, also to familiarize myself regarding the TRC cases. So, the first book was No One to Blame by George Bezos. The second one, Let My People Go, the autobiography of Albert Luthuli, the Nobel Prize winner. The third book, The Detention and Torture in South Africa by Don Foster with Dennis Davis and Diana Sedler. Lastly, the political imprisonment in South Africa, the Amnesty International report.
Okay. Njengengcenye ke la yophenyo ke lwami ke la kulodaba ke ngabe ke sengifunda lezi ncwadi lezi nembiko yakhona ke inhloso ukuthi ngikwenze ke lokhu ngangifuna phela manje ukuthi ngizijwayeze ke lapha ke kulo yamthetho ke la wamaqiniso nezokubuyisana ke la awubize ngeTRC uthi ke la incwadi athi kuzibheka ke la kunale ncwadi ethi No One to be Blamed by George Bezos. Bese kuba Let My People Go ekhuluma ngayo impilo yainkosi kuphinde kube ila Detention and Torture in South Africa by Don Foster with Dennis Davis and Dina Sadler. Incwadi ke la ikhuluma ke la ngo valelwa nengcindezi la noma kuhlukumeze kwala ke eMzansi lene incwadi ke beyikhuluma noma incwadi le ka George Bezos ithi ke akekho umuntu ufuneke agxekwe kube naleya ezothi yekelane abantu bami ke bahambe nale ehlanganisa noma ekhuluma ke ngempilo ke yakhe nango nomuntu uyovunza ke lapha ke ngokoxolo ke lapha bese kuzoba incwadi ekhuluma ke la political imprisonment in South Africa especially about Amnesty International report la kukhulunywa ke khona ke la ngokuvalelwa noma ngokuboshwa lapha kwento esiphathelene nepolitiki eMzansi kanjalo ke noshwele kazwelonke umbiko wakhona uthi ke yizo izincwadi lezi abona ukuthi ngoko hlobo lwecala elenza ubone kubalekile ukuthi aye kuzona noma ke azifunda azoba nolwazi oluthe thuthu.
Proceed to paragraph 14.
I also ascertained that there are a number of witnesses from family of Chief Albert Luthuli and family friends that are also still alive and will be present in court or submit evidence by the way of affidavit.
Sengaphinde ngakuthola ke futhi la ukuthi ke bakhona ke ofakazi ke la kusuka emndenini walapha ke kwaNkosi uLuthuli izihlobo nabangani abasaphila futhi abazokwazi ukuba khona lapha ke enkantolo ukuthi banikezelele ngobufakazi noma ngabe ke mhlawumbe ukuthi babhale phansi ke inkulumo efungele noma banikezelele ngama affidavit.
Yeah, the witnesses that I've met, my lady, I've met Dr. Albertina Luthuli, then affidavit was obtained. Wilhelmina May Luthuli, affidavit was obtained. Fanyana Elliot Nxumalo, affidavit was obtained. Nosizo Mhlongo Mabaso, affidavit was also obtained.
Naba ke ofakazi engakwazi ukuxhumana ke nabo futhi ngathatha ke incwadi noma inkulumo ke noma incazelo abeyibhalwe phansi sikhuluma ke la ngodokotela Albertine Luthuli noVilhelmina May Luthuli ufanyana Elliot Nxumalo unozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso.
proceed.
I also consulted and visited the accident scene with Mr. Tivash Mudli from TMI Dynamic Simulation and Training Solutions for assistance in reconstruction of the crime scene and simulation. Further requested an assistant, like I've explained my lady, from the pathologist, Dr. Ntsele, to compile a new post-mortem report for court purposes. The reason to approach Mr. Tivash Mudli as an expert for simulation, it was to find out whether is it possible for a person who was struck by a train relating to the injuries on the previous the post-mortem report that we found. That was the only reason for looking for the expert based on the simulation.
Othi ke la ngisaqhubeka nophelo lami omunye futhi ke ngaxhumana ke naye la ngaxhumana sahambela indawo esigameko no Tivash Mudli uchwepheshe ke lo waziyo kusombulula nenkinga zakhona nolwazi la lezitimela ke ukusebenza ke kwazo na yonke lento uthi izathu ke sakhona kwakuwukuthi phela manje sikwazi ukuthi sithole ukuthi ngabe kukhona yini okuthize singakwazi ukuhlanganisa okumayelana nesigameko egameni lokuthi uma sibheka kuqhathaniswa umbiko kadokotela ngalesa sikhathi ukulimala echazile ukuthi umufi wayetholile kwakungenzeka yini kumuntu owayeshayiswe isitimela ngalesa sikhathi asifuna ukuthi njengochwepheshe ke kulomkhakha owazi ngetimela yonke lonto athi mesibhekela lencwadi incwadi leya yalo dokotela ngalesa sikhathi okuyena wahlonza noma wahlola isidumbu sikamufi akubheka ukuthi kuyahlangana na nalokuthi ngizokhumbula futhi ukuthi ngaphinde ngacela nosizo luka dokotela Ntsele lapho ukuthi naye aphinde asihlanganisele omunye umbiko omusho omayelana nomufi isidumbu sikamufi ukuthi isimo sakhona ke sithini egameni la lenqubo ke manje seyikhona phambi kwalenkantolo uqulwa kwecala.
And with regard to Mr. Tivash Mudli of TMI Dynamic Simulations, did you see that through to finality or you left it when you handed the investigations over?
I left it when I handed over the investigation, my lady. I'm not sure whether they managed to get the report based on that.
All right.
Mayelana nalochwepheshe ngimcelile ukuthi uzosilekelela noma ekutheni ke siyobheka noma uchwepheshe wazi nguyetimela umbiko wakhe ke angizange uthole ngashiya ngisacelile nje angazi noma mhlambe ke yena ke lo chwepheshe wakwazi ukuthi abuyise kodwa ngagcina nje ngisashiye leso sicelo ukuthi sengiyashiya kuphenyo mina.
Okay. From what I understand from you now, you wanted him to give you a report on the probability of the injuries being sustained as a result of a train accident.
That's correct, my lady.
Oh, okay.
Impela kunjalo nje ubungizwa nje ungizwa kahle impela uma ngithi mina izathu ukuthi ngithintele yachwepheshe lapha onolwazi ngetimela kwakukuthi phela manje naye aveze owakho umbono kusukela lapha kuhlobo lokulimala umufi okwalwaluvezwe noma lwalubhaliwe kwincwadi yokushona kwakhe ngalesa sikhathi ukuthi makubhekwa lokho kulimala kwakungaba uyiwona nomthelela wokuthi lo muntu kwayelinyazwe isona isitimela na.
Proceed to your, I think this is your last paragraph 16.
During April 2021, I handed over the investigation to Directorate for Priority Crimes Investigation, KwaZulu-Natal office, to proceed with the outstanding investigation on this matter. My lady, the reason for handing over of this inquiries, all these TRC cases were decentralized to the regions. That was the reason for me to hand over this investigation to our team in KZN.
Uthi ke sephetha ke ufakazi uthi ke Uthe lapha ke ngonyaka ka-April 2021 ngabe ke izintambo zalolu daba sengilibuyisele emuva ke lapha sengilinikeza leli thimba elikhetha amacala ayikhethelo noma amacala athizena ayikhethelo phecelezi sibabiza nge-DPCI yala KwaZulu Natal ukuthi ke baqhubeke nokuthatha ke izitambo nala kwasasele khona ukuthi baqhubeke bakwenze lo msebenzi lodaba. Izathu sokuthi ngize ngithathe ngilise kuleli thimba la KwaZulu Natal ingenxa ukuthi lolu hlobo lamacala ngalesa sikhathi vele bekade seluya ngokwesifunda salapho njengoba la ngabe sengiintambo zakhona ngizisa la KwaZulu Natal.
Okay. And to whom in the KZN DPCI unit did you hand these investigations or file?
My lady, at that time I did hand it over to Colonel Motley.
Colonel Motley?
Yeah, Motley.
Okay. Othi ngalesa sikhathi ke izintambo lezi ngazinikezelela uKolonel Motley.
Motley.
Motley. Sorry.
Is that the gentleman or the colonel who is present here in court? I saw him outside. Is that the one you're talking about?
That's correct, my lady.
Yebo wamnikezelela ke uKolonel Motley okhona ke la enkantolo namhlanje la ngaphandle.
And since then, from what you've said, you were not involved in the investigation of the matter involving the death of Chief Albert Luthuli.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
Impela ke kusuka lapho intambo seziphonse kuza kwabo uKolonel Motley akazange yena asambandakanyeka ophenyweni laleli cala lokushona kwenkosi uLuthuli.
Okay. My lady, that is all from my side. The statement was marked Exhibit B.
Yes.
Did we mark it Exhibit B1 or we just
Exhibit
said
B.
Just B.
Yes.
As the court pleases. I have no further questions for the witness. I'm not sure if my senior would like
Yes, I'm looking at
to have
him.
a bite.
Mr. Dunyo.
My lady, now, that's the end of the evidence for the state. As it relates to this
Chene,
witness.
any other?
No further questions, my lady.
Yes, and Mr. Ngobo? No, Msima.
No questions.
Yes, I just want Captain to clarify just two aspects. Go back to paragraph 12 of Exhibit B. You were asked whether anybody assisted you except the museum personnel. You said then you were with a member of the SABS LCRC and taking a photo album. Was the photo album, you're taking photos, but you say a photo album was prepared. So where is that photo album? Is it in the hands of the LCRC people?
No, my lady, it was, I did collect the photo album. It was on part of the inquiry file that I did hand it over to Colonel Motley.
Okay.
It's part of that
It's part of, so in due course we'll see the photo album.
Yes, that's correct, my lady.
Okay.
Ngiyaqinisekisa.
Now, okay.
Sifakazi uyaqinisekisa embuzweni wakhe wenkantolo mayembuza ukuthi la kuyisigaba number 12 simzwile ufakazi ekhuluma ngephoyisa ke noma kula maphoyisa athwebula izithombe ukuthi khona iphoyisa elakulahamba naye bathwebula izithombe ngeminyakazo yenkosi ukuthi ejole kwenze njani kodwa manje inkantolo befuna ukubuza ukuthi ngabe ziphi ke lezi zithombe ezahlanganiswa sizozibona na la kulolu daba ukuthi cha zikhona ngempela kumqulu wami noma kwifile lami engalinikezelela uza kwethi lesikhathi intambo sengishiya kuyena ngalifaka ikhona lo album noma lezo thombo zikhona.
You were retracing his normal routine, his normal daily routine. That is Chief Albert's normal daily routine.
That's correct, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo ke lokade ngikusho Nkosi enkantolo ekutheni ke sase sisilandelela la eminyakazweni yenkosi yemihle ukuthi inkosi ngesikhathi sayo ngemihla ikuphi bejwayele ukwenza mayihambe iyakuphi ishone.
So I take it that as you were tracing his daily routines, somebody was pointing to you that this is the point, something akin to pointing out that this is the point where he starts in the morning and then he goes this way, he goes to the cane fields, he goes to the shop, back to the cane fields and back home. Now, who was assisting you? Because I presume that, I assume that the LCRC member would not be able to have been the one that is in charge of the tracing of his steps.
That's correct, my lady. That's why I said the Luthuli Museum was involved. I can't specifically say who was able to point us exactly those, but I know the Luthuli Museum members were involved to tracing this the daily route for the Chief Albert Luthuli.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayiphendula ke umbuzo wenkantolo ke lawo mayelana ukuthi siyakuzwa mhlonishwa usichazela nje ukuthi nase nilandelela umkhondo noma izinto inkosi yayizenza ke imihla ukuthi nginesiqinisekiso sokuthi angeke likwazi iphoyisa ukuthi lalingaba sesimeni sokwazi ukukhombisa ke la ukuthi hayi into ayijwayele ukuyenza yiloko usuka ekhaya esitolo imobeni uyakuphi yonke lonto. Ufakazi ke uthi cha Nkosi enkantolo noma ngengikwazi ukuthi ngabe sengisho ngqo okuyena umuntu kodwa njengoba bengivele ngichazile ukuthi khona amalungu noma abasebenzi balapha ke ku le ndawo ugcina kuyona ke amagugu Luthuli Museum owalekelela noma balekelela ukwazi ukusikhombisa iminyakazo yenkosi.
I'm sure in due course we will know who exactly assisted. But thank you for what you've enlightened. The last aspect is with reference to paragraph 15 of Exhibit B. Just after the affidavits, you mention the involvement of TMI, dynamics, simulation, and training solution. Were any props used, like maybe a mannequin or something which would have resembled the Chief Albert Luthuli, sort of like a mannequin, something like that, to show that these injuries are not consistent or are consistent with a train accident?
That's correct, my lady. From the post-mortem report that we received, this Exhibit C, most of the injuries were the head injuries. So it was not consistent with a person who can be struck by a train. That's why we were looking for an expert regarding the simulation to check the possibilities of the injuries together with the accident.
So should I record that you used the notes on the post-mortem report and not that maybe you actually took an object which would resemble a human being and simulated the occurrence using that?
Normally the expert, my lady, you give them they check the height of the deceased, they check the weight, then they can simulate the same person with the same person, the same height and that weight of the deceased. When they do the simulation, because the height is very important to check if that locomotive was found somewhere existing within the country, then that height, was it gonna be was it gonna be the exactly with the height of the locomotive of the train? So the simulation, it was mostly part of the injuries that was mentioned on a post-mortem report, and it was mostly mentioned on top of the head of Chief Albert Luthuli.
Inkantolo ibese ibuza kulofakazi ukuthi njengoba ufakazi ayise khuluma ngodaba lokuthi kufaneleke kube nalo yachwepheshe obezo onolwazi ukuthi mhlambe azocacisa noma enze ukuthize ukuze kuqhathaniswe lokulimala okwatholakala noma okubhalwe lapha encwadi ke yakhe umufi inkosi ukuthi ngabe yena ukususela mhlambe ekubhekeni kuloko noma mhlambe kukhona okuthize akwenza nje ukuthi ke phela kubazo noma kube khona umuntu ke mhlambe ozokwakhiwa na ukuze kuhlanganiswe umuntu loyo wakhiwe nestimela ukubona mhlambe kuloko kulokulimala komuntu kuyahambisana noma inokuthathela laphi nalo ukuthi izathu nje ukuthi ukulimala kwakukhona nokuchwaziwe lapha encwadini kadokotela ngomufi kube kusekhanda. Manje uma ubheka ke labo chwepheshe ke bona babezolekelela kakhulu nje ukuthi bebezolekelela ekutheni kutholakala ukuthi umufi wayemde kanganani umzimba wakhe mhlawumbe ubukhulu bakhe bunganani ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bahlanganise ukubheka ukuthi uma ubheka la limala khona ke ekhanda nje ukusho kwalo ya dokotela noma le yancwadi dokotela seqaleni namanje mhlambe ke uma ngabe umuntu emude kangaka nomzimba ungaka uma ngabe ke ezohlafaza mezoshayiswa ke istimela mhlambe kuyikona kuphi noma eziphi mhlambe indawo kungabhekakala kangcono noma ayi kulimana ukuqhathanisa phela manje ukulimala lokho ukuthi mawulimala ushayisa istimela naloko ezinye zezinto ke ezenza ukuthi kube khona ukuthi ke kube ngathi khona ukushayisa ntungwane ukuthi cha ake kubhekwe ke kubhekisiswe ke kuloko.
Thank you. That's about all from me.
Nothing arising from you.
Yes, Mr. Dunye.
Nothing arising.
Ms. Chen.
If I may just ask the witness. So, sir, to your knowledge, was any reconstruction and simulation work done by Tivesh Mutli of TMI Dynamics Simulation and Training Solutions? To your knowledge, was any work done by them with regard to the reconstruction and simulation of the scene?
No, my lady. The reason for us to visit the accident scene with Mr. Tivesh Mutli, he wanted to see the accident scene and to check which resources is going to be needed for him to start this simulation exercise.
Uthi mayiphendula kumbuzo ukuthi ngabe ke ngokwazi kwakhe kukhona na umsebenzi owenziwa ke la uTivesh Mutli mayelana nokuthi phela kuzokwenziwa lolu faniswana ke kwenziwe lesigameko kuze kuqhathaniswe ukuthi cha isizathu esenza ukuthi siye lapha endaweni esigameko ngokwathi Tivesh ingoba phela wayefuna ukuthi baye lapha endaweni esigameko nokuyilapho endaweni esigameko ayizokwazi ukuthi mase eyifikele yena qathatha akwazi ukubona nokwazi ukuthi iziphi insiza noma izinto ezazodingeka ekutheni ke kwenziwe lo msebenzi.
Okay, that is understood, but did they do anything? Did they work? Did they do any simulation or reconstruction your knowledge?
There was nothing, to my knowledge, my lady, there was nothing work done by the TMI Dynamics.
Ngokwazi kwami awukho umsebenzi abawenza ngokwami.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further
Thank you,
questions.
Mr. Msuma.
No further question, my lady.
Thank you. The witness may be excused.
Siyabonga.
My lady, in view of the time being
What is the time, Mr.?
3:15,
Yeah.
I may be incorrect.
I am interested by your first sentence in view of the time. I hope you don't. You're not wanting any adjournment because there's still time.
3:15. I still have another witness. However, having estimated how long he is going to be, he is still available even tomorrow because he is staying here in Pietermaritzburg for these days. If
So in
the
other
court
words, it's 45 minutes that will be lost
as the court pleases.
unless we start at 9:30.
Yes,
The part that we didn't discuss are the time frames. When do we start court?
When
When
we
do we
start.
stop?
yes.
Remember, we are not dealing with correctional services here.
Correct.
So
So you can
let your
work the
senior
normal
tell us
times.
whether we can make some. Oh, you are the evidence leader. Do you think maybe we can use another 30 minutes?
Indeed, we can still use
Yes,
the
call him
other
then.
30 minutes, and then he can, if we don't finish, he can continue tomorrow.
Yes, I think we should start.
As the court pleases.
Because in any event, about 45 minutes will be lost in Ashburton.
Yes.
So call the witness, rather use the time
As the court
productively.
pleases, I call Colonel Madimeja Johannes Motley.
My registrar will swear him in.
Sir, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection, madam.
Can you please state your full names?
Madimecha, Johannes Motley.
Oh, ask him.
Okay. Can you please spell your name in the record, please?
The surname especially.
M-O-T-H-L-E.
M-O-T-H-L-E. Thank you.
Sir, do you swear that the evidence I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If so, can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I do so, help me God.
I do so, help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Thank you.
Fakazi wethu kolandelayo uMadimeta Johannes Motley usesithathile ke isifungo phambi kwenkantolo.
As the court pleases. Colonel, is it correct that you are a former investigator of this matter into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli?
That's correct, my lord.
Uyaqinisekisa ufakazi ukuthi ke kunjalo ukuthi ube umphenyi waleli kuleli cala lokushona ke kwamufi kulolu daba.
And is it also correct that you, during the time that you investigated this matter, was based in the KwaZulu-Natal region, in KZN?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuliqiniso ukuthi lesikhathi ngumphenyi lecala ngangisazinze la KwaZulu-Natal.
And you now have since left the province to another?
That's correct, my lady.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi nje manje ke sengashiya ke kulesi sifunda sengikwesinye isifunda.
Where are you based now?
When I left, I proceeded to Limpopo province, but currently I'm based at the national head office.
In Pretoria.
That's correct.
Lesikhathi esuka ke la KwaZulu-Natal waya ke eLimpopo kodwa njengoba sikhuluma manje usezinze lapha ke national office ePitoli.
Okay. And when did you leave KwaZulu-Natal?
I left KwaZulu-Natal on the 30th of April 2023.
Ushiye la KwaZulu-Natal umhambe lapha ke ngomhla ka 30 April 2023.
And is it correct that when you left, you were the nodal point, in other words, the commander for the TRC component or unit of the KwaZulu-Natal region?
That's correct, my lady.
Yebo kuliqiniso ukuthi lesikhathi ke ngihamba la KwaZulu-Natal ngangimkhuze umlawuli ke la kulolu phiko leqiniso nezokubuyisana.
And that is the position to which you were appointed in KZN.
That is correct, my lady.
Isona sikhundla sami ngangade ngisiqashelwe ke la KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay. And the witness who testified before you, Captain Khamanyane, is known to you?
That's correct, my lady.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi lo fakazi ongaphambili angene nje emveni kwakhe uKhamanyane uyamazi.
Okay. Now, in view of the time lapse that you've not been involved in the matter, did you compile a detailed statement with regard to what you undertook in the investigation of this matter whilst you were there?
Sorry, there's a phone ringing. Please, let's switch off all our phones. It's vibrating.
Makukhona ovula ifoni yakhe noma iya vibrate sicela sicime iyazwakala.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Is it correct you compiled a detailed statement with regard to your investigations of this matter?
That's
from
correct.
when you took over?
That's correct, my lady. I did compile a detailed statement regarding the investigations that I conducted into the matter.
Okay.
Uyaqinisekisa ufakazi ukuthi ke la ngalolu daba ukhona statement ayasihlanganisa ke ngokuyiqhaza lakhe noma indima ayidlala kuleli cala.
Oh, you've got the statement in front of you. Please confirm if that is your statement that you compiled in respect of the investigations into the Chief Albert Luthuli.
I do confirm, my lady, that the statement presented before me is the one that I personally compiled.
Uyaqinisekisa ufakazi ukuthi statement esiphambi kwakhe ke yiso ke impela lesesa hlanganiswa ke uyena isona statement lesiphambi kwakhe.
And you confirm its accuracy and correctness with regard to what you did in the investigation?
Yes, I do confirm, my lady.
Uyaqinisekisa ubunjalo ke baso nokuqotho ke baso ngokwe statement.
Okay. And you confirmed you signed it before a commissioner of oaths on the 19th of August in 2024.
Yes, I do confirm, my lady.
Uyaqinisekisa ke la ukuthi ke wafunga ke sefungisela statement ngomhla ka 19 August minyaka 2024.
Okay. My lady, I refer and ask that it be handed as an exhibit. It can be cross-referenced with volume A of the paginated documents from pages 7 to page 9.
Page
Of
7
that
to page
volume.
9. Yes,
May I hand this
yes, the statement will be Exhibit C.
C as the court pleases? So, as you would have noted, I didn't sort of deal with your employment, where you are employed, your years of service. Can you, in that context, deal with those as you read your statement into the record? In other words, you would read it from the beginning to the end, and then we will deal with questions that arise from it as you go.
Thank you, my lord. Madam Mr. Johnny Smotle states under oath in English I'm an adult male appointed within the South African Police Service, issued with service number 0471-7783, holding the rank of a colonel. Performing duties as a section commander of the Limpopo Crimes Against the State, Serious Organized Crime Investigation, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, housed at Unit Number 17A, Van Riebeck Building, corner of Grobler and Market Streets, Polokwane, 0007, with cell phone number 079-886-6618.
Uyachaza noma usiyasifunela statement?
Sorry, Ms. Kupega, I'll let the witness, I think you can interpret afterwards.
As the court pleases, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
States that the mandate of the Directorate for Priority Crime Crime is derived from Section 17D of the South African Police Act 1995, which is Act 68 of 1995, which provides the function of the Directorate as to prevent, combat, and investigate national priority offenses. On 1 April 2021, I was appointed as a Chief Investigator at the level of Colonel within the Truth and Reconciliation Commission section, and I was deployed at TRC CATS, Serious Organized Crime Investigation, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, KwaZulu-Natal. On 16 April 2021, at approximately 10 o'clock, I had a meeting with Lieutenant Colonel Mhlongo and Warrant Officer Mloto at Holiday Inn Marine Parade, 167 Marine Parade Road, South Beach, Durban. During the meeting, Warrant Officer Mloto gave me the background of TRC cases that were investigated by members of CATS from National DPCI Office, and the cases were from KwaZulu-Natal, and among the cases, he also mentioned that there was a matter regarding the death of Chief Albert Luthuli. On Monday, 19 April 2021, at approximately 11 o'clock, I had a meeting with a member of the Missing Person Task Team, Ms. Deborah Quinn, who also gave a background of cases that were investigated in KwaZulu-Natal, and also mentioned that the death of Chief Albert Luthuli was brought to their attention. On 19 May 2021, I received 14 inquiry dockets and 1 case docket from Warrant Officer G.F. Khamanyani. Among the dockets, there was an inquiry docket with reference CATS 15/05/2018, culpable homicide, Chief Albert Luthuli. The head office file was investigated by Warrant Officer Khamanyani, who explained to me that he was in a process of conducting a simulation exercise with the purpose of determining the cause of death of Chief Albert Luthuli, and had handed a copy of post-mortem report to Dr. Nzele.
Is that the witness who testified before you, Khamanyana?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. My lady, the reference to a person called Deborah Quinn in the statement, we do not intend to call that person as a witness.
Yes.
Yes.
Carry on.
Proceed, sir.
The inquiry file consisted of the following witness statements, which form part of the inquest record. Statement of the train driver, Mr. Stephanas Albertas Lategan. Statement of Mr. Andres Hemas Pretorius. Statement of Mr. Charles Barrett Pretorius Lewis. Statement of Mr. Daniel Lesen Greiling. Statement of Peter Francois van Wyk. Statement of Ntsakane Mataba. Statement of Mr. Peter Papaya. Statement of Mr. Andres Pietersberger. Statement of Mr. Eric Tembinkosi Chili. Statement of Mrs. Nogukanya Luthuli. Statement of Ms. Enes Mfega. Statement of Zipi Gumede. Statement of Hospital Superintendent Dr. Gwendolyn Mary Gregerson. Statement of Neurosurgeon Dr. Mauritius J. Hubert. Copy of the postmortem report compiled by Dr. Jacobus Johannes van Zyl. Other documents found in the inquiry file are statement of Dr. Albertina Nomathuli Luthuli, photo album, and statement of Bonginkosi Lugwazi. During the period when I conducted investigation into the matter, I registered the file as per Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation Inquiry 39 of 6/2021. Read documents that were not limited to TRC transcripts and postmortem report. I read that on 21 July 1967, the late Chief Albert John Mvumbi Luthuli was admitted at Stenga Hospital with injuries from a train accident. It was alleged that the late Chief Luthuli was hit by a moving train at or near Dledo train station, Groudville, Stenga. On 17 August 2021, I visited house number 12 Beechcroft Avenue, The Bluff near Durban, to look for Mr. Lategan, and I was informed that he was not known at the address. On 31 May 2022, I visited house number 58 Zen Drive, Balito, where I met Advocate Chweni, who introduced me to Dr. Albertina Nomathuli Luthuli, the daughter of the late Chief Luthuli. Dr. Ian Luthuli explained to me that the family requires that the state should reopen the inquest because, according to their interpretation, the postmortem report was inconsistent with the injuries and sequence of events. Dr. Luthuli explained that on 21 July 1967, her father, the late Chief Albert Luthuli, was with a young girl who was only known as Nana. She stated that Nana had witnessed the incident. However, Nana's full names and address could not be established. Dr. Luthuli also mentioned the farm workers who used to work at his father's sugarcane fields, but their names could not be obtained. On 11 January 2023, I visited Butongo Building in Pretoria and met with Lieutenant Colonel Mulumbi and Warrant Officer Burgess from Crime Scene Management Section and requested assistance regarding recreation of a crime scene as well as a simulation with regard to the incident that led to the death of the late Chief Luthuli. I handed over Durban Soki Inquiry 39 of 6/2021 to Warrant Officer Burgess, who made copies for himself. I also proceeded to Wanda Steam Trains, Michelin Street, Hermanstad, where I met with Mr. Leslie Labuskaghne, whom I have requested to assist with the training of steam locomotive that was involved in the said incident. Mr. Labuskaghne made several inquiries about the whereabouts of the steam locomotive and could not locate it. However, after looking into the locomotive number, he presented a similar locomotive which is explained to me that is the same model as the one that was involved. On Friday, 20 January 2023, I met with Mr. Klaba, the director at Chief Albert Luthuli Museum, who agreed that he will make available a tour guide that can assist with the inspection of the incident site. On 2 February 2023, I obtained a statement from Mr. H. Manjo, who indicated that he was on duty at Stenga Hospital when a caller requested the services of an ambulance and also saw the late Chief Luthuli when he was brought at the hospital by an ambulance. On 6 February 2023, I visited the museum with Lieutenant Colonel Mulumbi and Warrant Officer Burgess, where we met with Mr. Tusi, the tour guide, who took us to Nontlevu Store, Dledo train station, incident site, and memorial site. Lieutenant Colonel Mulumbi and Warrant Officer Burgess took photos, made notes, and collected the information that was necessary for the investigation. On 1 May 2023, I was appointed as a permanent post in Limpopo and handed over the investigation to the late Lieutenant Colonel Mawila.
Yes, Ms. Kupega.
As a court basis, my lady. Ufakazi wethu ubesithathe sibeka ke ngendima ayidlala ke la kuleli khaza uyazichaza yena amagama akhe nanokuthi ungowesilisa ke oqashwe ke ngaphansi kophiko lamaphoyisa uchaza inombolo yakhe nanokuthi ke izinga kulona njengokheneli osebenza ke lapha e-station ngumlawuli ke lapha ke eLimpopo emacaleni alwa namavukela ambuso ke nalamacala ahleliwe abucayi ke yibona abawaphenyayo uyasho futhi uthi la njengophiko ke lolu ke oluphenya amacala ke akhethekile uyachaza ke ukuthi ke umgwaqo abakubona ke lapha ke baku unit number 17A Van Riebeeck building kwikhona yaKroba no Market Street lapha ePolokwane nane nombolo ke yakhe ke ufakazi uyayichaza ke inombolo yakhe yocingo 0798866618 uthi ke la uma echaza ke la kuwona ke umsebenzi ke noma ke ukususela kwalomsebenzi walolu phiko olukhetha oluphenya amacala akhethekile lisuka lapha klase sigaba ke section u17D ongapha umthetho ke lapho ngaphansi kwasemaphoyiseni ke uAct yango 1995 ke la uchazwa ke imisebenzi yababenzayo ke labona ukuthi kuphiko ke oluvikela ke lapha phindele ke liphenye ke amacala ke la khethekile uthi futhi ke uma ichaza lapha ngomhla 1 April kunyaka 2021 ke yena ke wakhethwa noma ke waqokwa njengomphenyi ke oseqhulwini noma ke ophezulu njengo Colonel lapha ke ophikweni noma ke kwi commissioner lebheka ke kwenziwa ke iqiniso nokubuyisana ke lapha uthi ke waye eseqokelelwa noma ke eyo edutshwa noma esetshenziswa lapha ke eKwaZulu Natal kulaba ababheka uphiko lokubheka ke ukusebenza ke kweqiniso nokubuyisana uphiko lolwa namavukelo ambuso uphiko lama uphenya amacala abucayi ke ahleliwe ke lana ke uthi lapha ngomhla ka16 April 2021 ngo10 ke lapho waba nomhlangano no Colonel Mhlongo no warrant officer Mloto lapha ke holiday inn parade lapha eSouth Beach eThekwini la kulomhlangano uMloto ke wabe semnikezelela ke nje ngamacala ke la abheka ke phenyo kweqiniso nokubuyisana ke lapha ke kulomhlangano wabo ke emtshela ke wonke ke amacala ke wonke ke aloluphiko namacala labantu abalwa nokuvukela kombuso lapha ke eThekwini noma ke KwaZulu Natal okuhamanya lamacala ke waveza elenkosi uLuthuli uthi kwathi ngomhla 19 April 2021 ngo11 uthi waba nomhlangano nelinye lelunga abaphenya amacala abantu abanyamalele uthi ke lapha ke uMr Brooklyn ngeke ngombuso bachaza ngeke bamcele noma ngeke bamdinge naye wamnikezelela ke imvelaphi noma kusuka kwa leli cala ke lika lenkosi uLuthuli naye washo ukuthi ke watshelwa ke ngalo okwathi lapha ke ngomhla 19 kuMay uthi wathola ke amadocket kwakufuneka kuphenywe ke ngawo ke ayo 14 elilodwa ke lalo laliphuma ke ku warrant officer uGhamanyana kulawo madocket layo ke ayisafuneka ukuthi kuphenywe ngalabo bantu laba noma ngalabo bantu ukuthi ke ukushona ke kwabo kumi kanjani nangempela ke bese ya bekwa noma sefanelwa ke ngendlela efanelekile wachazelwa ke ngendlela nanokuthi wamtshela ke futhi ke yena uGhamanyana lesikhathi esemnele docket asekwenzile ngalicala naye sekuqalile nenhloso ukuthi manje ke qale phansi ke manje ke kuyobhekwa lapha kuvakashela indawo zesigameko ukuze ke kwenziwe uqhathaniso ke la lokushona kwamufi nanokuthi wamtshela ngesicelo esifakile sadokotela uNtsele kuyena wayizoqala phansi asinikezelele futhi ngombiko ke la mhlawumbe ukubheka ukuthi imbangela lokushona ke kwamufi futhi ke lo ufakazi uphinde wamtshela noma kulento ayimnikezelele zona kwakhona istatement ke sika ngokwestatement esalo wayishayela istimela umnomzane uStefan Albers Latican bese kuba umnomzane Angris Qilma Hilmas Pretorius uCharles Petrus Louis Daniel Grilling Peter Francis van Veek Tsakan Mutaba Peter Popeye Andres Petrus Eric Temkosi Chili noKhanya Luthuli and Ernest Mfeka uZiphi Kumede statement esalapha ke superintendent u Dylan Mary Grayson bese kwa u dokotela ke futhi lapha ke u Neurosurgeon u Dr u Joburg bese kuphinde kuba u dokotela ke owahlola isidumbu sikamufi uJacobus van Zyl la uqhubeka futhi ke ezinye zezinto ezatholakala ke la kwi file noma ke kulomqulo wasuhlanganisiwe ke lapha statement esadokotela Albertina noMathuli Luthuli izithombe statement esa Bonkosi Luqwazi Uthi ke la besasichazela ngezinto zonke lezi ayizinikezwe ufakazi noma ke iphoyisa athatha kuyena ke izitambu njoba amnikezelela. Uthi ke la lesikhathi ke la ngisenza ke uphenyo lwami la kulolu daba ke ngabe sengithatha ke sengiyoshicilela lapha noma sengilibhala ke la emacala naseThekwini okuhamacala abucayi ahleliwe okuyiwona ke siyesenze kuphenya ngalinombolo yakhona ngafunda konke lokho kwakade kukhona noma okunye kwakade ke kungekho ke la ezinye zezinto ezazibhaliwe ke nane lona ke incwadi ke le postmortem noma incwadi echaza ngokushona kwamufi futhi ke ngaphinde ngafunda lapho ngomhla 21 kuJuly ngonyaka ka1967 inkosi ke engasekho uLuthuli John Mvumbi Luthuli wamukela esibhedlela salapha ke eStenga enokulimala inako kwakubiyo ukuthi ukuthole lapha ke estimeleni ukwaphinde kwabikwa ke futhi lapha ukuthi le nkosi ke engasekho uLuthuli shayiswe ke istimela ke sasihamba noma buduze nalapha ke station eGroville eStenga kwathi lapha ngomhla 17 August 2021 ngahambela ikhaya noma ke indlu lapha number 12 se Beechcroft Avenue lapha ke duze noma ePlafu kulapha eThekwini lapho ke ngiyobheka khona umnumzane uLatigan ngatshelwa ke ukuthi ke abamazi ke lapha kuleli kheli kwathi ngomhla 31 May 2022 ngahambela ke indlu engunumber 58 Zen Drive Balito lapho ngahlana khona noadvocate Jeno okuyena wabe sengithula noma sengazisa kudokotela uAlbert noma Thuli Luthuli ndodakazi ke yenkosi ke le engasekho uLuthuli wabe siyangichazela kudokotela ukuthi lesikhathi edibana nami bona njengomndeni ba ngajabulela noma ngathanda ukuthi umbuso uphinde futhi ke ulivule ke uphenyo la lelia docket noma lelia cala elalikhona lokubhekwa la ngokushona kwalo noma ke kwenkosi ngoba ngokuhumusha ke kwabo incwadi le echazwe njengencwadi yokushona kwami lo omufi ukulimala lokwakukhona nangendlela izinto ezenza khona kuthanda ukushayisana owaphinda futhi udokotela wangichazela ke la uDr Luthuli ukuthi lapha ngomhla ka21 kuJuly ngonyaka 1967 lesikhathi ke la ubaba wakhe kwenzeka lokho wayenentombazanyana eyayisencane yaziwa ke ngonana uthi futhi ke unana ke la uyena wasibona isigameko noma kunjalo abanawo amagama kakhunana agcwele nanokuthi futhi ke abakwazi ukumthola ukuthi uphi futhi ke uDokotela uLuthuli uphinde wakuchaza futhi ukuthi la nalabo besebenza lapha ke eplazini ababesebenzela ke noma emobeni ke zikababa wakhe nanamagama abakwazi ukuwathola ke futhi nanokuthi lapha ngomhla ka11 kuJanuary kunyaka 2023 uthi ke wahambela iButung building elapha ke ePitoli nokuyilapho ahlangana khona noKennel Mlombi oku no munye futhi uphoyisa uqhonzwana uBekas ophuma ke ophikweni ke la ku-management ku-crime scene management laba abalawula ke izindawo zesigameko ukuthi wabe siyemcela ke ukuthi ke wecela ukuthi ke angenelele ekutheni ke bazosiza ukuthi phela manje ke kuyophindelwa emuva lapha esigamekweni noma la kwashonela khona ke inkosi ukuze kwenziwe ke uphenyo ngokushona ke kwaloyo oyinkosi nanokuthi futhi washo ukuthi unikezele ngophenyo ke phikweni lolu ke oliphenya amacala abucayi ke futhi ke la ahleliwe lapha ke uthi wabe semenzela futhi ke nana amakhophi noma emnikezelela uthi futhi ke la ngaqhubekela ke la ku understand trains la abalapha ke ku Milchison Street Hemmond la ngadibana khona nomnumzana uLeslie lo ongabe ke sengicela ke kuyena ukuthi akalekelele ukuthi ke kulandelelo noma ke ukubhekwa kwe la kwezinto noma ke la isigameko noma ke la ukuze kubhekwe mayelana lesisigameko ke esenzeka ke nokuyilapho ke wazama ke kaningana ke kodwa ukuthi ke akukho kade ekuthola ke la kulolu usizo kodwa ke emva nokuba seyewabheka kaningi la izombhekela phela izenzo noma izigameko mazenzeka lezi zisigameko noma kwenzeka ke ingozi ke ukuze ibhekwe ngendlela ukuthi mayisilandela noma kancane ngendlela ukwazi ukubona uyilandelela ukuze bakwazi ukubheka ukuthi kwenzakala ke kanjani lapha kwathi ngomhla ka 20 kuJanuary 2023 la ngadibana khona noXaba uXaba ke lapha umlawuli lapha kwindawo yokugcina kwezamagugu ke lapha ke Albert Luthuli uwavuma ukuthi cha angaba khona ekutheni ke ahambe ke nabo uhambweni la alekele la bengelele khona uma bezobheka indawo yesigameko kwathi lapha ngomhla 2 February ke 2023 ngempela ke ngabe sengisithola ke noma statement sasiphuma ke la ku H Manjo owaveza ukuthi la yena wayesebenza esibhedlela eStenga lesikhathi kufona lo owayecela usizo leambulance uthi futhi waphindwa wambona lesikhathi ke inkosi silethwe lapha ke esibhedlela ngeambulance kwathi ngomhla ka 6 February 2023 ngahambela lapha endaweni yokugcina kwezinto zamagugu nokuyilapho uKenneth Mumbi no warrant officer Vegas engadibana ke nabo no Thusi ke lo owayezosiluleka ahambe nathi ke lapha sikhombisa ke yonke into la okwakubikwe khona ke ukuthi isitolo leso kuthiwa iNonhlemvu isitolo wayezosihambisa khona eGlow House train station siphinde sihambele indawo yesigameko la nje nalapha esikhumbuzweni sakhamba konke ke lokho ke uKenneth Mumbi no warrant officer Vegas bathatha izithombe ke nanokubhala phansi ke yonke into eyiqhubeka nalonke ke ulwazi salithola ngalelo langa ngokuphenyelwa labo babekushicilela ke bekubhala phansi uthi ke futhi meqhubeka ufakaza ukuthi lapha ngomhla ka May 1 2023 uthi ke ilapha abeseqokwa ke khona ngokugcwele ke epostini yakhe eLimpopo nokuyilapho ke abe esethatha izintambo ke naye sezinikezelela ku Lieutenant Colonel ongasekho umlawi Mawila yes yena akamnikezelela ke kodwa ke akasekho ikona ke konke abekuchaza akwenza kuleli cala kulofakazi.
Thank you, Mr. Ngobo. I think at this juncture we can then adjourn the matter to tomorrow. Then you can then proceed with your questions
with my
that
question.
You wanted to put to this witness.
As the court pleases.
Is
I
that fine?
appreciate that. Yes.
Colonel Motle, at this point in time, the court will adjourn and we will resume these proceedings tomorrow morning. That will be the 15th of April, 2025. We will start at 10 o'clock. You remain under oath. We'll meet you again tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Malik. Noted.
Thank you. The proceedings adjourn.
Sidaba lethu izoqhubeka kusasa ekuseni ngo10.